Hello. Hello, everyone. It's time. We are back. The stream. Sorry I've left you guys hanging for 4 days. A little more than 4 days? 5 days. But I have been working for 5 days? Hold on. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 5 days. But I have been, on Tuesday I wanted the last day of my actual break to be off. I've noticed something is wrong, hold on. I got every other light on. I didn't get my ring light on, hold on. 1 second, as I'm explaining. So I've been working 4 10-hour days, since Wednesday. Because, my break basically cut into the middle of the week for 3 days, and I needed 40 hours, so all of my work days needed to be 10 hours, or else I would not technically be considered full-time. So I had to work 4 10-hour days, and each one was just... I was more and more tired. I was like, fuck this. I am never actually physically, unless I need to, working 10 hours again. That sucked. That sucked a lot. But we're here now. I'm still a little tired. Today I've just been kind of lethargic and just kind of like, you know, because it's like it's the day after 10-hour work week, so like, but we here, we doing it. Jesus. We here, we doing it. So let's go see if we're accused of murder for a 3rd time. Oh, yes. I have not even... I was like, episode 1, I was like, wait a minute, what? Oh, chapter 1 of episode 3. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
Herlock.
I believe
Still.
that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Oh. Anime! Look! We've made it to anime, everyone!
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
That's Ryunosuke's voice? Okay.
This country is incredible.
Ha! Brian's Coco.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
London still looks like this, right?
Where to?
Horse and carriage and all?
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Do you blokes have any money?
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Thought so. Pulls out gun. Give me all your money then, cunt.
To the
Oh, I shouldn't have
centre
said
of
that.
the world.
Oops. My bad.
Britain's mighty mighty capital.
We were.
London.
I'm sorry, I watched Harley Quinn last night. And also, we were discussing the C word, on chat at the time. Then again, this is Britain. That word is probably frequently used there. And also Australia. Uh, 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Chief Justice. I know that's like the whole title, but Lord Chief Justice is just like really almost redundant. Susato. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. I know we just heard their voices. I am not trying to voice match them. That is not what I am trying to do here. Hold on. Just adjust you a little bit. I think we're fine. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Hold on. Is this the Supreme Court or Big Ben? Or are they the same thing? Because I have noticed there is a giant clock in the background. Why are we inside Big Ben? I don't think that is actually where the Supreme Court in Britain is. Guys, come on. But they've only built in a few short decades. Hold on. There are stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in a few short decades since we've opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wooden paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Yeah, like the fact that we're in a clock! What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san. In the Supreme Court of Great Britain. This is not the Supreme Court. This is Big Ben. Or another giant clock in Britain I'm not familiar with. The Lord Chief Justice? We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. Oh, okay, well, I'm here now. Instead of Kazuma, you have Ryunosuke, who I admit is probably not as handsome, or honestly as skilled in law, even though he's been studying his ass off for, what, like a month or two? But now you have him. No. So, instead, we're here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. I thought we were also here to do the same thing that he was doing. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If you want to remain here in Great Britain, I had to take Kazuma's place as the law student scheduled for the study tour. Yes, which means you need to the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. I have no idea who this character is, so, Oh, Jesus! He looks distinguished! Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, and I feel like a mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Oh. Can I present him with my armband? I want to present my armband. Because as you know, it is a tradition in these games to present the thing that makes you lawyer. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item is to issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. Does the item require 24 seconds of my time? Is it worth 24 seconds of my time?
I don't know, bitch. Let's find out.
God. Converse. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help. I've never been so nervous since I've been so nervous since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even capable of supplying electricity. We spearhead every new technology in the world. Every visit to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make the Paris World's Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. Well, I mean, at this point in history, it really was. The sun will never set on our great... the sun will never set on our great empire. Yeah. I mean, technically, if you're talking about your empire will never fall. Technically, the island of England has not fallen. But in terms of your great empire around the world, yeah, you only have this. And technically Australia. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. So, fun fact, actually, not about this game, but I've been looking up stuff about Toonami, just to save my curiosity. And one of the blocks that Toonami had was called The Rising Sun. I have just noticed, I had just noticed a couple days ago, that Rising Sun was a Saturday morning block, and that is why it's called Rising Sun, but it's also called Rising Sun, possibly, because it has a lot of anime. You know, the stuff from the land of the Rising Sun. And in the promos, Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime, even says more anime, the most anime on Saturday morning outside of Japan, which really just kind of drives home the point that Rising Sun is also a play on this is a lot of anime, and anime is from the land of the Rising Sun. I'm sorry, I just had to gush on that. I had to tell someone that that is something I have realized now. Hold on, let me... I realized I did not actually... Yeah, because I lost why I watched the trailers for Stone Ocean. Man, Stone Ocean looks good. I've read the manga already, so I know what's gonna happen. I cannot wait for it. It's really, like, Part 6 is already very good, so... Law student. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Cosmo Sugi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived? My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy. I see that is true. It is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it, then. Moment of truth. Continue with the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if you perhaps would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Isugi. At least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going very well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one! Actually, there's no one. I'm gonna go home now. See ya! It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I've changed this man's voice a couple times. I'm very sorry. I'm trying to do a British voice that seems it would suit him, and then at some point it devolves into another British voice, and I'm very sorry about that. I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Cosmo to help me. And I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey to here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on the board the SS Brutia. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Cosmo, Mr. Asoki's journey had only just begun. Coming here on a study tour was all he thought about. I had to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I'm having an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any tests you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It's 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. Perfectly judged appeal, I would say. It's a skill that would stand you a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words into trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? What is my taste? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, as of yet. So this will be welcome news. Crank, 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 crank there, crank. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? At least we're not. Hey, you know what, Ryunosuke? At least we're not fucking accused of murder. For a third time. Unless this somehow devolves into me getting accused of murder somehow in the court proceedings. That could very well be very well be the case. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Now remember... Of course it's a murder trial. It wouldn't be... It wouldn't be Ace Attorney if it wasn't. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short, sea-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. The defendant may live or die, depending on how well I might perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do your lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Isogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Of course I'll fucking do it. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can do it. I can get these words out. 15 seconds. Decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. It was too slow. Yes. 1 second. Everybody, I need to go on break just a second. I'm back. It's a pressing issue. There's cake batter. The pressing issue was, hey, come get this cake batter so you can have this cake batter. So I have a bowl of cake batter. Not a full bowl of fucking cake batter. It's like the parts that didn't make it into the pan. Like when your mom makes cookies and they're like, come get the batter, children. As a mother would say. So, as I suspect, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket from Passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongword. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. What could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. Resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. Well, I don't. Let's fucking do it. We are the great Ace Attorney, even though it has not been said. We can do this shit. This cake tastes delicious. I'm sure the defendant won't see the trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do the job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial would begin without a defense. If that happens, there's only one possible outcome. You will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Because justice is absolute, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't understand law. Sitting here eating cake batter. Of course I don't understand law. Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. He's only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it's purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Hello, Batata. How are you doing this fine evening? Look sexy as fuck. Thank you. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Big beefy chest is so juicy and handsome. Good to hear that you're fine. Of course. Like to ask people how their day is going. I'm eating cake batter, by the way. Oh god. It kind of dripped onto my shirt a little bit. Guess we're conversing for a little bit. What to do? Mrs. Otto, can I... Why, when I said, can I ask you something, did you get into fucking kung fu pose? I'm not about to ask you anything bad. Careful. From this position, I can perform a Sasata takedown in an instant. Boo, boy. It's shoot live for your entertainment. No, God. I'm not a mukbang channel. No, thank you. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard those strong heart. Trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. I will throw you into that fucking trial from here. I will throw you so hard that you get into the fucking courtroom from this location to your destination. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. You need to ask me anything. You'd better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay, then I guess we're moving. To the Old Bailey, London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past. The Old Bailey sounds like a bar. Why is London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past called the Old Bailey? It sounds like a fucking seedy tavern in the streets of London that like some old protagonist goes to and is like, can I get a drink here, sir? You know, and there's fucking like there's a bar fight scene and reminds me, you know what? It reminds me of the bar in that one of the first scenes of Castlevania, the anime, where you see Trevor for the first time. That's what it reminds me of. The name, at least. This does not look like an Old Bailey. This looks like a New Bailey. Who am I defending? Hold on. If this is an ancestor of the Butts family, then I'm going to fucking... I don't know what I'm gonna do, actually. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. Thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. You would hate roller coasters then, Mr. Ryunosuke. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. Is that a Guinness? It's one of my favorite lines of the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure we were so pleased. I thought we were gonna die. And we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
It's somehow us again.
You were accused of murder. I just got to this country. We don't fucking care. You are accused of murder. Oh my god. Ew. I'm sorry. There's no sign of him at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even there's room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gave me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself was going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Oh my fucking god. What are you doing following me here? Things are very fair. What? Wait a minute. Is this man Irish? What are you doing here? Following me here. Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From East, are yous? What accent is this man supposed to have? I'm doing Irish. Just because maybe that's supposed to be it, but maybe he's from New York? Just here on a business trip? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself. That is definitely Irish. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all the while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Guineas is a payment, I guess, then. When I hear guinea, I think Guinness or guinea pig. You know, please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough for it to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we can't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, just hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you. No strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. Trial's about to begin, you see. Is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask you, but does that mean that you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes! Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. Well, myself is also a pirate. Oh, do I keep the Irish? I've been giving it to him the whole time. I'm keeping the Irish. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there's a centre of London in another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers and in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's not Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded. Jesus. I know I just gave he reminds me of Scrooge in a way. Scrooge McDuck. Except Scrooge is Scottish, I'm pretty sure. Wouldn't do it for the city, and it's queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But no, they've got I'm saying I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What? Was I after saying, you deaf idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, and then he's completely fine. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. Wasn't thinking that at all, actually. You may be fucking eccentric, but the most eccentric people in fucking Ace Attorney usually don't do it. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barack van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to meet Von Zeeks. I have seen a clip of him that is just too perfect. So I need to see him. I need to see him. Prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation. There's no one willing to stand in the defense against the fellow at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. I don't know where the fuck that accent came from. The accent just devolved into something else. Goodness. Lord Baron Van Zeeks. Must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cheap. He cheats, is what you're saying. Because it's gotta be like fucking, what was his fucking name? Oh god. It's Von something, it's not Von Zeeks. I can't fucking remember. Hold on. Phoenix. Right. Prosecutor. That's the one. Prosecutors. There we go. There's a category on the Ace Attorney Wiki. One sec. There's Sergey. Baron Van Zeeks. Franziska. Strongheart. Clint Van Zeeks. Well, now I'm spoiling myself, I guess. What is his fucking name? Where'd he go? Manfred von Karma. That's the one. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? Ooh, what on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way to the courtroom. Trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'Tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked?
The same way you did it. You defended yourself, Ryunosuke.
You've done this before! But then you made an appearance, student to law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about this case. What about this man who stands accused? In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom around with nothing to defend himself. Yes. Saw it cause something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. You will lose your right to stand. We will cut off your legs. Or we'll tie you to a chair, whichever you prefer. I'll be right there. Hodgepodge, you have a wonderful voice, my dude. Thank you. Have you been learning more English slang, Batata? I feel like I've noticed more English slang coming from you, which is fine. Maybe. That's completely fine. I think it's wonderful that you're learning another language anyway, or at least attempting to learn to converse with people that speak English. My brain. I don't think this. I don't think this. Not gonna lie. Hey man, I think it's wonderful. I've been talking to English people in voice chat lately by my voice. Ooh, I see. So you probably picked up a lot from those conversations. By English, I mean Americans. Yes, of course. Do you mean your accent is very thick? And that's fine. I like thick accents are great. They're very thickly accented. I have problems with the letter T. That's fine. I know in Eastern Germany Eastern part of Europe, they have a problem with the sound of, because you have to stick your tongue out with, you know. It sounds, because a lot of the time it's this with a Z. Like if it's a this, it's this with them, and this as well. Ancestral hodgepodge, ancestral homeland, Deutschland, and all the countries surrounding Deutschland. Germany, Hungary, Austria, the Eastern German side. It's mine too, kinda. Oh, I see. My first trial in British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no fucking clue what to do. You'd think it's because, like, I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I'm gonna do this. But no, fucking Ryunosuke is just like, I have no idea. 18th February, 10 a.m. the Old Bailey. There's a lot of fire here. That is a nice crackly fire. It's very loud too, apparently. So this is the highest court in Great Britain? The Old Bailey. I still think that sounds like a tavern. Like, come on. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. Feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? You look nervous as fuck. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh god. Why is Van Zieks just Dracula? Ah, here's a... Oh my god. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare that this court is to be in session. You could higher the stream quality, Mr. Pod. Now our device will support more than 720p, but it's totally fine that way. I might. I might not. I might forget to do that. Honestly. The way the graphics are on this screen, there's little glows around the fire. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. There's little glows around the fire. And since I am like on top of the fire, it looks like there's a little glow around me. It's kind of fun. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh man, what voice do I give him? The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fairly fully prepared to dispatch his poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? No! I came here not knowing a lick of fucking English, Judge. Then again, this is like Britain. This is Britain in 1800s, super fucking racist, so I mean, they probably didn't assume. Do you know what a courtroom is? Do you speak? Just like starts. Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, cling to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. It looks like he's asleep. He's like... just snoring away in his judge's seat. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You shall be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Boy. This foreigner's about to kick your ass, Judge. Well, more like Van Zieks. About to kick your ass. We're gonna kick your ass with law. You will know my name is the law when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Start quoting. What if McGilda was like, shit, I had no idea it was foreign. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Little island? Bro! Japan is not that small. Japan, I think, is bigger than Great Britain, isn't it? It's not the British way to ignore the dangers of the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in there. Do you hear that there's 5,000 pounds of the government today? Mother, please make up day in McGilded Park. People love McGilded. Aww. They might not love him by the end of this trial, but hey. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. Yeah, that's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Elegantly put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly to remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
All right.
Yes, my lord. If the task is to send Potters to the gallows, there where they belong, I'm more than ready.
The manner, his lordship, has always says we should dispose of rubbish properly, naturally. I agree. Ha! Any criminals? Wow, God, what's the Cockney accent? Ha! Any criminals they will be. Listen, they never set eyes on me. That's just the secretary. I'm sorry, this man is a flask. He's the part of the jury and he's just allowed to drink? I mean, it could just be water in there, but usually a flask is for fucking alcohol. Stuff my flask with fucking not whiskey. With rum all the fucking time. I say all the fucking time. I usually don't do that. I usually just take shots. If it's a day where I know I'm just gonna be drinking all day, or night, I'm just gonna be drinking all night, I'm just gonna fucking fill the flask. If I want to get fucking wasted and I want to... Anyway.
I feel it, chill.
One, that man did not say he was ready. 2, this old woman is just knitting. In the jury. They're allowed to do that, I think. They just need to pay attention. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for me grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's why I was surprised I didn't see the jury. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. There's a secretary in there. I'm assuming that's also the court, writer. But why would she be part of the jury? Hold on one second, I'm gonna grab more cake batter. Before it starts to stick to the bowl too much. Damn, it's already starting to stick a little bit. I waited a little bit too long. I'm very sorry. Get the most of this cake better. We're baking my mom's baking a cake. She's baking her own birthday cake. Tomorrow's her birthday. And I'm working tomorrow, which is sad, but she still has my sister here, so they're gonna try and do things, I guess. I think I should probably just go watch some movies and have a grand old time together. As per the usual. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be here for a little bit. Just I'm doing something cake better. Sorry about that. That's about all I can get out of there now. Anyway. The judge passes the sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense and evidence as well. I mean, the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different points of view. But how exactly do jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses. Yes.
Prosecutor Van Zix.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you in the courtroom. I thought you would renounce your fame.
I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware?
I leave that to your imagination, my lord. But the Reaper's been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. Summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this case is of overwhelming simplicity. So the only ones here aren't aware. Here's a scroll. The incident took place in late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as thrice-fired Mason. He is a brick builder named Mason. Come on. Sorry? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were almost, said to be almost indestructible.
You were stabbed, alright.
Victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in the service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger had been thrust into the victim's abdomen. Is believed to be the ultimate cause of death.
Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
The autopsy report has been entered in the court record report. Prepared at Scotland Yard. Cause of death: internal hemorrhaging as a result of single stabbing in the abdomen. Hold on. Oh, and the crime scene photographs. Photograph victim taken on the omnibus. Omnibus, whatever. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, and his face is partially obscured by from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Counsel?
Why are you surprised to see blood in a courtroom? Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGildered's gloves? Had blood on them?
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
Defendant's leather gloves have been entered to the court record. Oh, there are my gloves! I've been looking for those! How did I get into this? I'm back into a corner of where I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Oh, God. There were only 2 people in the room! It was a locked room mystery, as it were. Obviously, one of the passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in the carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness. And I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Littleton, so it is. And when I open my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to the help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood on the gloves then got on the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was finally stabbed. I think I changed Van Zeke's voice again. Fuck.
Order! Order!
Dar. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we'll hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh my god. He's like fucking like so cold.
Witnesses, your name and occupations.
Beppo. I like his name. Beppo.
My name, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. Ladies first. Ah! Also, Bruce Fairplay is just kind of. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnesses the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
What the witnesses saw.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of the killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. That's not what I meant to sound like.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. I heard a screaming and I stopped my bus. Unambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord.
Alright, we'll hug him.
Still hungry, so I opened a bag of Cheez-Its. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony... it makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside of a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what had happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. Everyone's just like, you're not from around here, are you? How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant of our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus, in which the bloody crime took place, and here today is here today. In this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. We're gonna go 10 minutes. We're gonna go on one of our 10-minute breaks. I'm gonna run an ad as well. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, as soon as we get everything all set up, we will have our good friend Sora running the stream while we're gone. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Got more drink, put away the cake bowl, and went to the bathroom. So we're back. Did all the shit I needed to do. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and carry up to 8 passengers. Hold on, what was I doing? Oh, 2 things. There we go. Okay. 4 passengers seated on the inside enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city is architecture and sights are to be had from the top of the omnibus. God, Beppo's like, "This is my omnibus! No one can touch it!" And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight on the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight! Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ah, that makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I'd like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Crime scene is evidence now, apparently.
Very well. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
The omnibus has been entered in the court record. I meant to check the hold on. I meant to check the autopsy report. Thrice fired Mason. 54. 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died to internal hemorrhaging resulting from a trauma. That is all of the autopsy report, apparently. Ooh, yep. That's definitely blood. That's blood. Job masters. Just need to check. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene has entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus thorough examination, seeing as it's here.
Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, Counsel.
Pray don't expect those Nipponese to stray to understand the intricacies of Britain's court's cross-examination rights. Hey, fuck you, buddy! Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Well, Actually, let's give that stuff a view. What the witnesses saw. So let me go ahead. Let's go ahead and examine. Find this other gloves. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not that much blood inside to be confronted with our own first day in London. Well, nothing will become grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with his coin with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Anything else I need to look at right now? In here? Nope. Does not look like it. The omnibus, however. Look at the door. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder? It's horrible. Oh, we actually do go inside, huh? Oh, okay. So, sweet. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower! It's already under construction, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Fizzing with excitement is definitely a way of describing it. Ah, that's the poster for the great exhibition that's due for... Oh. Wait, is the Crystal Tower just gonna be an Eiffel Tower? Bro. There's a handle here. The seat has a handle, it seems. Oh, it's a trunk. Got shit in it. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment the coachman to keep these things in, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, but that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it'd be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Oh, okay. Oh, oops. No, go back in. Go back in. Hold on. I just have to go in and inspect things again. Okay, that's only one there. Alright. Blood on the seat. That blood that soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Julie stabbed somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay. Looks like I've seen all I can see in the omnibus. On the omnibus now. Hold on. His headlights, his placard. Yeah, the placard doesn't fucking mean anything here. Alright. So, is this the roof deck of the omnibus? Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? They have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold they must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Excuse me, sir. Oh, that's not what I meant to... God damn it. Really? Just blatantly right here. Phoenix Wright Omnibus! Is that the name of the omnibus? Phoenix Wright? Really? This is just a blatant reference. Alright, cool, whatever. Sure. There was a thing. Okay, how do I... Oh, press is L.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, even so. It was cold, sir. Freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time? Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no.
And there were no...
Then there were no other passengers when that incident took place. No one alighted, for example. That's quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
Nope, okay. No one's fucking doing anything. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then.
I have to say, the boss insists on running insists on it running, he does. Every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much on the pub on the way home just to warm up again.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue... Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Oh, oops. I meant to press the other statement. You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Didn't I already testify to that?
Fair... What the fuck? Fair dinkum?
Or our fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's...
My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man.
Yeah, he's definitely Irish.
Is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
And now we get introduced to this mechanic. I've also seen this mechanic.
No point in wasting time and listening to any other of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. This is precisely what I was about to say. As a foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. By flinging fire into more fire. It's weird that way. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. When the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball and fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So, if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. Hold on. I accidentally skipped this part.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight of the roof of the carriage?
That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't tell exactly make out their faces. There's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of a rather small stature. Couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else.
Let's not forget that the vehicle came to a halt. The only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. No room for doubt there. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. And out of the blue, yeah. Okay. That's right. Oh, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Oh, oops. Press!
Hold it!
Press! Please!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. But I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about that new hat design. You see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then it happened. Then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge, great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all. I love that she's fucking cleaning a stain. It really looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to make everyone more dubious about Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife that you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir. Is that?
Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. It is a blade of considerable size, Counsel.
It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Oh, please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems that particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there's M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. Now I've heard his voice, so now I can do it. No.
This weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record.
My lord, you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2. Go on.
Mr. McGildas is a pillar of the society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept the hard truths. Wait, what are you about to dispose of the rubbish? Fuck. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today, and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Bro. Y'all. You've barely heard a damn thing! Not again. That's 4 out of the 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press this witnesses for more information, I make this situation worse. Nevertheless, we need more than anything in the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more smirks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that, that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright. I'll keep trying. Can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Oops. I meant to press that.
Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be so pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation, or a sticky wicket, as they would call it here. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGildas really innocent? Or could it be? But before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We understand the case much better than we do at the moment. So I got the plaid direct fist. It got the plaid direct fist. Same. I don't know why I said same. Plaid 31. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Okay. Have to get to the last statement and press it. Hold it. What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
Bullshit. I came in exactly 2 hours in, but now I must go as I'm passing out. Aw. Well, have a good sleep. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaster, the brickmaker.
And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this.
By the other passenger, you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGildas.
And then you plunge it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
Okay, no, you didn't. There's no way you actually saw the murder. Yeah, no. He was stabbed once.
My lord, I wish to speak. My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes,
You're Sir Number 5? Do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Casemen? Aye, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. Wouldn't be right to make a decision before reading all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. Horse is bolted, as I say.
No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer.
Get up now, Silverblaze. Finish this in sight.
Fuck.
Bappo's a long-standing member of the guild. I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
Oh, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. It's all up to the old lady. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you? What can I do for you?
We have heard the testimonies of the witnesses on the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then pray tell why you had to pronounce your leaning.
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. A gentleman donated it to the city, you know. Put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have had it in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stamp someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the public library and borrow some more books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? Ooh, the organ. The fucking organ. What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one of the very darkest of souls. What?
Stone the Crows!
McGilded lends money to extortionate rates of interest, but his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties have deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So this thought has not crossed your mind. The man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety, not have a carriage of his own. What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Good gracious!
The brickmaker was destitute. He lost his house. He had not a shilling to which to repay his debts. And in the end, pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned ever taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato. You claimed that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. Where's the evidence to support your claim?
Right here in the updated autopsy report. Just he pulls a updated autopsy report out of his ass. Just like fucking... hitting this bottle of wine, actually. What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at thee. Sorry. Pray forgive my discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law.
Aha! There it is! The Lord Van Zeek's hollowed chalice.
How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I'd heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage. Didn't expect to experience it myself.
Ah, as judicial assistant of the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Wow! What a dick!
A marvelous toast, Counsel. I would gladly accept this new evidence. And a drink of that wine, if you would.
The debtor's ledger has been... entered into the court thingy.
Ah, yes. 20 guineas. The victim owned a considerable sum.
The accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And in such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel!
Hold the fuck up!
Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about it a little bit more before I don't stand for nonsense.
We lost. I think we lost. That was it. Last juror's decision.
Nicholas, it's night time.
Okay, one sec. I'm not sure it's been ample time to... fuck it, one second. Well, I'll be right back. Let me just turn off my video camera and my mic, and I'll be right back. Alright. I just say goodnight to my puppy. My puppy was going to... I had to go say goodnight to her.
According to the Cyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. Footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty,
court proceedings is suspended and presiding for the sentence.
And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
So I have a chance.
Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has your tome, the tome you have there, been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh.
Alright, I'm reading through those. Wow, typical Nipponese. What a fucking racist asshole.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure has become something of a formality and had no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert himself to try in this day and age. Good thing I have no self-respect. Let's go.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. It isn't yet extinct. Ugh. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Summation examination. Best possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Forget it. Assert our right. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. You have the duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment. Should be remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's position is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
No, this is Sparta!
Kick.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Eh? Well, I'm not, well, there's no mention of the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
On what grounds?
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Oh, well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really know, hold all this justifying like. And then juror number 4 is just recording everything that's going on.
That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Do they not have reasons?
They're just like, well, you know, you just kind of look guilty, you know? You just kind of look like it. Matter of fact, you just had this air to him. Oops. Not what I wanted.
Right, this is a defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you found the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of the most serious crime.
Alright. Time for more voice acting. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
There was no one else in the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He's talked the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far, and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. It's beggars belief.
Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. Get these 6 people to change their minds. So everything I can of them. Some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. I thought I was going to give a rousing speech that would, from a sports movie, where someone would start to slowly clap and everyone else would clap with them.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
What on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, 6 members of the jury are randomly selected as members of the public. They may appear to be to present a united front, but the truth is, they're complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break. And that's the way to break them down. You mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements.
Well, I've already seen that.
If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see, so there's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements, and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! Can we start?
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. I'll threaten them with my sword. Defense's rebuttal.
No one else is only carried at the time. There's been him.
I trust the driver reads excellent memory. It seems for passengers to fair total between. Hence, there's a couple of statements that definitely do. I stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. Poor Pensioners. Alright, I'm gonna pit this statement against this statement. Oh, pit.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel, post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only needing a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? You've heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant was stabbed. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you say I'm busy, yeah? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Oh, test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to you without even getting up. Like, just like the prim banker said. Just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was what Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How did you see the defendant stab the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches, what a muddle.
Well, what this tells us is that there's a strong possibility that one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, what is happening? What is happening in the fucking... It's... God.
Oh! But why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We never find out the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide by people telling lies.
There we go. There we go. Let's go.
The scales.
I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Why? Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him, you black suit. He's clearly some devious
Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all?
clearly using magic on us all.
If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx.
Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him in the omnibus. Young lady, as this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and the Shylock stabbed him again. This old lady saw him, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that,
Who are you calling dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Does this see two different moments of the same crime? Not a question. He was only stabbed once. He was only stabbed once. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you Dark Jigs? Come on, out with it.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realise that I'm only doing my job? Forward of the jury have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what I want to see. See, I say two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. You say it's out of the question, show me some proof.
The autopsy report. Looks like there was only one way I'm going to convince him, is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
Come on. Come on. Dismiss. Dismiss. There we go. God. Damn. Damn alarm. I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report. Single stab wound to the abdomen. A boom. Hold on. A boom.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once.
Only once?
It's quite simple. Victim is stabbed precisely one time. Which means the witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times.
Yeah.
Alright, I concede defeat. Alright, what's this then? Cockney accent?
I think he's innocent. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If you can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, you can force the trial to continue. 2 more? Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that's where we must strike next. So we need to pit 2 more jurors against each other. Show this contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it. Scales of justice have shifted,
But they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
I love the rich, but I despise lies even more. Innocent in my call, but now at least. Dear me, you can't make accusations based on lies. Wonder if the poor man is innocent after all. Oops! Shit! Nope. Okay, hold on. Just did not mean to do that. Come on. Sure? Well, not right now. Never mind. Oh, yeah. Device. Okay, no run. Oh! Did not mean to press A, so. Okay, excellent memory. It seems 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. 4 passengers, total of 20 pence. That's about 5 pence each. Just the guild fare fares is our motto. We haven't raised the prices above 4 pence in years. Pit against you. Oh, yeah, that's my workout alarm. These 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
They do. Explain to yourself, Counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name. I haven't first idea what you talk about.
According to the group testimony you've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. I don't remember ever hearing that, but okay. Quite right. Give precise details typed neatly here in front of me. I guess, okay. And juror number 5 told us in the following. The fare of the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That it is. Fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man? Why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. Figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, if distinctly possible, there was another passenger we heard nothing about.
Good gracious. This can't be right. Coachman of the guild are honest, good honest men. All in all, trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride on his omnibus.
Alright then, I'll make this so miserable trial Like it's always miserable Trotter, then, no?
According to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the scales.
Now, hold your horses, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why did you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. He's like, that son of a bitch. True honest man. Oh, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
Penny can't be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. Certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards of financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear the witnesses again. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty. Well done, we've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won.
We've won that debate. Fucking hell.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No, it deceives me.
Well, your consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if a chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, take the razor sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. I don't like the lick the knife. I hate in media when they're like, they lick the knife or lick the sword or lick the blood like off the sword or anything. It's disgusting to me. It's not sanitary, and it's also just like really stupid. I'm going to lick this blood. Fuck come my tongue on set. I know they do it very finely, very like slowly and not pressing their tongue too hard, but still it's like making out the fucking knife. It's disgusting. It's weird.
Well, you look quite remarkable turn of events. Any fancy summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. Jurors now stand 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. I'm going to take a drink. Hold on. It's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. Big and old. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
That was such a long animation. I was really confused. I was like, what you doing? You gonna take a drink? You gonna smell it? He crushes his fucking... All that to pour up... He poured a fucking wine and then just crush. What is a man? Having savored the rich aromas of the carmine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during the summation examination. So honored a deathly silence. Listen to this charade. Seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Wow! Just assaulted every one of them. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. I challenge you to smash. Final destination, Fox only. No items. And for the witnesses, once more, I mean, oops, I did not. Now they're more nervous, they're like, fuck, we lied. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Ah, oh, mio Dio. Mio Dio. No, is he Italian? Fuck! Is he Italian? Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck, the man's name is Beppo. Should have fucking known. Oh, one time. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. Well, for one, I was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He filled us on the ferry, did, and then I saw it. Blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I saw before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. You think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cosenage. Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. A guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Or am I to understand you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold. The restaurant of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. Selfish actions have been brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that the one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. No counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, if you please.
You've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue your parlor games. I've changed his accent. I'm very sorry. Absolutely. You're not supposed to admit to these are parlor games. Carried 4 passengers that night. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can't make sense of this already with some of this thing here. Sorry, there's a lot of. Oh.
Objection!
Ah, fuck! Oops! Shit! No, I meant fuck! God damn it! Press the wrong goddamn button! Press the wrong fucking button. I just want to examine the picture. I don't know how to log out on a sheet if that's the case. This is the stabbing right here.
Hold it!
It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. And Shilbane just listened to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for keeping the bus running. Doesn't the dedicated encouragement to serve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. And that would explain another then we have another suspect. Okay. Well, everyone was delayed. 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
I just told you that I did, and then I just told you that I did.
A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw their blood-curdling sight as well. Saw too much. Saw too much. The blood-curdling sight? You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir.
Loathsome sight. No one should have the witness of horrors of the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Oh, good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I had the banker next to me take a sharp intake of breath, you see. That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Here's your fork, sir. Oh, good. And you're not. Ah! I can just imagine. What if he picks up his fork and stabs, you know what I mean? Picks up his knife and he looks down and just screams. It's like, ah! Fuck! The knife! It's a knife!
I tell you, I saw McGilted stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGildet, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him?
That's what I said, isn't it?
It's bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there was 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
There has been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, zero evidence.
And what are we wasting all this time for, eh? Black and white, man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Okay, so we're gonna press that, I'm gonna guess. Hold on. I have to pee. I will be right back. Quick as a flash. We're back.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Oops. Oops. I'm going to try very new to an end. We're going to keep our chances alive here. Can't waste this process of elimination. I have to use it to get some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Spittle on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna press. Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant as holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard the scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I suspect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up from his midriff. Yes, that's right. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. Yeah, no, you didn't.
I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
I'm sorry, what did he say?
That, now that I come to think of it. It must have already happened when I heard this scream.
Of course. I saw it. You said it earlier. Your report makes it quite clear that the victim was stabbed only once. Which means... the banker was a witness to the fatal wound that ended Mr. Mason's life. I need to know what he said. Hold on. We're gonna cross-examine that guy again. And we're gonna listen to what the banker said, what Mr. Fairplay said. I need to know what he said. Alright. Hold on. This is the moment. Okay.
Struth!
I'm sorry. Struth? Struth?
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh?
Are you really asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be the exact moment, new information, I can answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe. Certainly. Unless you spend your time peeking through a skylight on top of the omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I am a respectable city banker. I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene. Don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me. Getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would like you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about exactly what you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
That butcher stabbed the man. Blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man.
Do you mean blood-soaked gloves, sir?
I think that's what you mean. Hold on.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands?
Well, I admit the soak might be lying a little thick, but... Well, anyway, there's definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's a little more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilden, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
There certainly does to be a sizable dark color stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. He starts chewing on the fucking cane. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
Yeah. But no, this can't be right.
So you're the liar, you then? That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, yeah, it was both hands.
Mr. Fairplay, your last statement was a lie. It caused the entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
My throat is getting quite used today. Oh, God. It was a simple mistake. Can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. The fact remains, the victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that the witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Yeah. But why? I'm a city banker, for Pete's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Not some gutter snipe. Upstanding member of society don't prevaricate? The fuck does that word mean? Prevaricate.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, he could turn the tide into the trial completely. Something to show that this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I, of course, have evidence. I didn't look at the book. I didn't look at the book. Maybe he has his name in there.
My dear, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in his testimony.
Ah. Very well. I might call the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. All right.
I need to make sure. Okay, debtor's ledger. Let's open this baby up. It will contain all sorts of secrets of the gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know anything in London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Now let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay! Yo! He owed fucking money! Ha ha! Gotcha, bitch! So that means something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh, yes, of course, the banker! Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? Did he? Look at the repayment date and the... look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
Fuck yeah. Alright, bitch.
Take that!
You owed fucking money. This is the list of debtors you owe money to, Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the name of the debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Oh. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, would you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
This document states the loan agreement is void between two individual parties. Therefore, the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment. All outstanding debts which were owed him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, it's not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw. In a devious attempt to annul your debt to 20 guineas of the defendant. Gah! Boom, Mitch!
Order! Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay? Yes, my lord.
My lord?
Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we see here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying? Oops.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing them myself, as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What? What? Same. What? Bro. The gloves. Bro, the gloves. Oh, fuck. That was a good pop. Oh, give me 1 second. I need to stretch. I'm gonna turn off my camera and my microphone. And we're back. Sorry, I had to stretch. Cracked my back a considerable amount. Which means my back was incredibly tense. Need a masseuse.
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. And 38. We're at 3 hours, okay. Witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both hands of the attackers with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything of myself. No, not until I heard this scream.
Anyway, fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside their carriage, or we all would have seen it. We all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. You all fucking lied. What the hell? It's a court of law. Shouldn't be lying in a court of law. All of you, accused of perjury. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage. The man's hands were covered in blood. God, that much incriminating evidence isn't tantamount to what we saw the man do it.
That's not really what the testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more.
Crash button clearly visible on seat.
In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. All right. Blood. Sorry. I want to see if we can change the carriage to reflect on the little handle here. I don't think so. Trying to let's see. It's definitely a large amount of blood. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's the same. It wasn't placed over there, huh? Your name, letter M. Undeniably, Mr. McGinn. This is beautifully gilded too. It's very valuable, I should think. Ah! What is it? Look at this M. The down becomes a W. That just could change everything. A W? Yo, turnabout cases. Ha 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 ha! Turnabout. Alright, again, I'm tired. So if we end early, don't be surprised. Well.
Hold it!
It's impressing. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. I had the gloves the defendant was wearing on the right and the night in question on the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir. Nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. Steadfastly refusing to admit that he might have been mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two. The salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. Hold
it!
Alright. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well you know. Ugh, but for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. It was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Ugh. Had you hoped to release yourself from the financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely... That was not what I was hoping for. Ugh. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in a derby, that's all. I was gonna win it all back. It's a fixture in the weekend. The fixture this weekend, that was a sure thing. Little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend.
I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir.
The witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? You definitely saw that too. Blood on... Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Miss McGillicud's gloves had any sign of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGillicud sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. I saw the blood on his bare hands quite clearly. True, the dark-colored stain on the leather gloves would have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported there's no trace of blood on Mr. McGilda's gloved hands. Wasn't blood on his hands?
This is puzzling indeed.
He's significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Didn't actually see anything.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything?
Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It is very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
Oh, I know what you're insinuating. I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing at all isn't right either, is it?
No, sir. I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that.
It was so cold at night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head is fairly frozen solid. Just sorry to say, sir.
You seem prudent. Avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Beppo!
I love seeing the defendant and I love seeing the witnesses and the jury interact. So good. Fucking
Beppo, you fucking incompetent man. Bitch.
come on.
Anyway, fact remains.
Hold it!
And everything you saw in the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus.
That's right. Fairly cold that night, but the glass was frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fella, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh, why not?
I was locked from the inside. Tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked?
That's right. It was a public bus service, for pity's sake. Something I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gentlemen are just jealous of me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't looking down. It was glaring, long and hard. That's precisely what I can tell you with absolute confidence. If there was anything else in the cabin, on the cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. I'll only confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding on the omnibus. And the witness to the events, the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Newponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh.
Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on the cross-examination of the plan, the omnibus. Where exactly the omnibus you suggest is potentially saturated. Fucking this right here, bitch.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In the British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat? Which is out of sight from the witness's roof deck.
I have an inkling.
I understand, my lord. Defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. Sponsor's desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt.
Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger of the other seat.
I don't know. I just fucking bullshitted. Because that's what Nick would do. By Nick, I mean Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. That guy. His nickname is Nick. You whatever. N-I-C-K. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus the cabin was obscured to view was. Oh no. I don't know. God, Lady first. Bruce Fairplay, Beppo, Thrice Fired Mason, Darren von Zeeks, Magnus McGilded, Neil Strongheart. God, I don't know. I honestly don't know. This one.
Take that!
The passenger of the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, counsel? I study with the defendant.
I just guessed.
Objection!
Boy. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks.
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning culture of their own. I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of artless backwaters such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to this fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McKilton, it creates an inconsistency that can't be concluded in, reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the glory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have manufactured this stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. Ugh. Okay, hold on. I think we're gonna take a 10-minute. I know it seems kind of infrequent, but like I am a little tired and I need to stretch, like extensively. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Suggest you guys go get a snack or a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in a bit. We are back. I feel a little bit more invigorated. Plus, I have more drink and snack. So, got up and walked around a little bit to get the drink and snack. So. Somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary!
One second.
Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, but I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. Tops of their heads were scared by the roof. Couldn't see the rest of them, though. Couldn't see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents are most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular types of hat did these two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would have undoubtedly offered to dispose that fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He was asleep. He mentioned that. So we have that answer. We're not done yet. Like, he was asleep. He told me he was asleep. He's right. There's another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it.
Order! This is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused Mr. McGilded to the stand.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGild is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? Demand testimony. He said he was asleep. Let's get that shit out of him real quick. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Still have to raise my hand like a student.
The defense would like to call Mr. McGilda to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilda has to say. Get that man out here, I say! It would be utterly logical not to hear his testimony.
Well, something needs to get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favourite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, jury says a man must be heard.
I don't like the patron. He's too flippy floppy. I hate him. He's clearly being paid off or something.
Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, shows the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police?
Big hat, no! 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell y'all, yous all, or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGilded?
The fine fellow represented me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and on the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true.
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What? My thoughts exactly! The fuck? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Von Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, little Todd was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this courtroom just like myself. I was just trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who is this young child of whom you speak?
That, I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for this witness statements to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak. Listen to the proceedings.
What? Bang! The fuck?
Ah, smoke! Fire! There's a fire! Someone's trying to get away! Cough! After them! It's no use! I can't see through these pools of smoke!
What is going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Come here, face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape! Sir, show the omnibus!
I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendants in custody and clear the courtroom.
The fuck? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid the scenes of chaos, people stumbled over one another in desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was, for the time being, the trial was suspended. And that's, yep, the end of episode 1. Chapter 1, I mean. God damn, okay. Well, let's keep going. We have hour 6. We can keep going. Let's go. Let's fucking go, bitch. Let's go, you smarmy bitch. Smarmy asshole. I don't know if I can know what I'm doing. I'm sorry, trial part 3? What was trial part 1? Oh, was it the... Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense, huh? But there's the guns. 18th February and 1252, the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mr. Sato?
I was told in advance in the form of a smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Smoke bomb!
They're just making sure everything's safe now. I think the trial...
We'll start again this long. Ow, I fucking bit my tongue. Fuck. But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to get through the courtroom, apparently.
Through the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl.
Of around 15, I hear. It's not the same, is it? No. No, it couldn't have been, right? Around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilder was just talking about?
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilder, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about. But he's not here.
I think we summoned the prosecutors into chamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? What's she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Huh? Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
Now it seems, or in fact, 5. I know where this is going. She was hiding. In fact, 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange.
Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. Trial will commence in 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, officer. I'm going straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. Really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
Well, no soon enough, Mr. Sato.
Yes.
Bam, 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 bam. He also has blonde hair. That's the same style of hair. No. There's no way, right? We just got here. There's no way. Yeah, no, we just got here. This took place, but this is not the same character. Just is also 15 and has the same color and style of hair. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. Must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well,
After the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Master Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks.
my lord.
I believe we will establish the cause of the smoke which failed proceedings earlier.
Seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade. The sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak and escape from a public gallery. She was caught. And now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which introduced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded.
I think perhaps I have to explain here. Why is it that the wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that? She's all tied up with the events of last night. So it is. That night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved with the case.
Just what did happen that night? Oh, it's not like a defense lawyer needs this information or anything. A young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up at the fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up in the seat across from me. There I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, the young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct?
'Tis exactly what the defense counsel said. The lass was the fifth passenger, my lord. Hit, Rhoda. Oh, he's having me lucky charms.
Very well. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start.
Hold it!
When we first got on the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty. There was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and the way I took them, and that's why I took the back seat as I did, back side as I did. It is the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. To see how I already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite in which the one the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, where I feel the most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight. From time to time as well. Von Zeeks is incredibly quiet. I don't like this. Begorra. That's a word. A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it?
'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the ground having been stabbed? Well, now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream.
Ah, from the seats above you on the above deck, I presume.
Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the screaming. No, I was just stunned by this desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet. Ah, yeah.
Hold it!
Bob. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? Oh, that I did. See it across from me as I did. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? I mean... he seems very casual about it. He was like, oh shit, is the man dead? Well, he's want to stand him up. You know, like, what the fuck? He's like, there's a corpse on the floor. Better stand him up. Don't want him lying on the ground. Poor fella may be dead, but he should surely be comfortable. 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Arrah, Lord Vanzies. Oh, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So, I do try where at all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intended to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out why and where whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right, you are. There are some details I want to understand before anyone else got meddling. I'm sorry, was there a flash? Hold on. It felt like there was a flash in my room. Not like from the game, but like the light flickered. What the fuck? Alright, whatever. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do the same? Yes, Screamy says he heard it at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. I returned to find out where the scream had come from. And bless me soul, what did I find? Oh, oops. Child, they're all curled up in a ball. I think we support. Okay.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there is no one else in the carriage except for yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is... What do you mean by that? Well, now, here's a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse a vulgar expression, under my backside. I sat on her. It's weird. Didn't even notice. She didn't even notice.
Good gracious.
Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat in which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can... yes, we've already done that. Yes, of course, the whole bus will be I'd seen it. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. He'd
I'm sorry if these accents offend anyone. These are the way I've learned to do Irish and British and such. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Ugh, you're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Seemingly the scream was Mr. First, who's sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and gentleman with a knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. And they believed to be yourself and the victim was this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. It was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl.
After that, of course, with the scream of the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind.
Gina Lestrade. She's a chancer. Earns are crossed among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What?
This girl here, a petty thief?
It would make sense if she had a fucking smoke bomb if she's a thief.
Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question.
Oh, shit!
Oh! How dare you? What is the meaning of this?
Yep. And there she goes.
The girl, she's gone!
Open your eyes! Open your eyes! I'm over here!
Good gracious, how?
What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. I'm trying to do this. Hold up. I know what you lot are thinking. Oh, grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner. She knifed a gent. Go on. That's what you were. What's in your head, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Bang! Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright. Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. What I do? Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs?
Oh, this? Yeah, this is in the bag I lifted the other day. Down where they kept the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again.
Van Zeeks is like, I need a fucking drink. It's fucking weird. So, admit you're riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. I knew he was Irish! I wasn't just assuming! Ha ha ha! Yes!
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to.
Hang on, 1 second.
So I sucked inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But I was right. It was a right old race of time. Got nothing to show for. Nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that sweet it's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away. Mind.
I'm trying to... It's really Cockney. And it's also a woman's way. It's like super Cockney. You know, where it's like a lot of the consonants don't really come out that way. You know? Some of the consonants just can get stuck in the throat. I think that's it. I could be completely wrong in what Cockney sounds like. That's what I know as the Cockney accent. I could be completely wrong here. Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McKildred.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. Knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole
of which you spoken is underneath this seat, I presume?
Except it was filled beforehand.
It does appear to be large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course the wheel ass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah!
So you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police had found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't leave myself for the young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking upon to my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate, for this less fortunate loss. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
He is fucking innocent, bitch.
With calm and calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Innocent, bitch. Fuck yeah, let's go. Wait, the case can't end here, can it?
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury in their leaning of the verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, this... Well, it must mean...
It must mean what?
that we're victorious!
Yeah, we've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
This is the thing I saw. Well, bam! Hold on. I'm sorry, I got really excited. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellingtons offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's last statement gives us clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think that Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It is noted in black and white here in the police report.
Good Lord!
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilligan's stories, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? The evidence has been tampered with?
Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance
possibly been affected, counsel? Hold on. There's no way that... No way, does this... Okay, yes. Okay, does this reflect here? There's no way, right? That pool of blood was not there before. That pool of blood wasn't there. When did it get there? Okay, Harden, you sit on it. Wide enough for 2 gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Okay, yes. The handle. No, this seat has a handle. So, 2 things have been tampered with. 1, there's another pool of blood, or maybe red wine, I guess. Actually, yeah, it might be because it's on a different part of it, like the different colored surface. But these 2 things are completely different colors. Not completely. They're red, but they're different colors of red. Hold on. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose it does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Yeah. Something strange is going on here now. Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find in the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentlewoman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this was an all elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. What? Hold on, what was the line? Young gentleman will be able to... Oh, no. Matilda is hiding a lot, isn't he?
Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat on the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I had to tell the truth, it wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my case as counsel of defense. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, counsel?
Arra, be whist! What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. Oh. Yeah, I am, but I can't fucking rely. I can't have you tampering with evidence. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man on the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Because it's the truth, you bitch. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly as honestly and as honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McKilded. Well, don't forget you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then, fella's memory's a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. So the court the court must consider the facts. Hold on, 1 second. Have to get me other headphone in. Oh, it's after we lucky charm. Teacher. Okay, hold on. There we go. That the cubby hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest, now that you might have been, now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Matilda, I can't do that. You know I can't. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. The compartment is designed to house equipment and maintain smooth running of the carriage. Guild's rules state the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it would certainly have been empty, or it wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. Money-legged facer and the big person lying.
God damn it again! On the fly.
I can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick, of course. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth. Okay, yeah, she said that every time. Yes, but every time is a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, as a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. Again, for the second time. People at the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Okay.
Hold it!
So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? There's a lot of fucking slang.
Oh yeah. I mean, what's the point? What's the point of spending Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it?
I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. That actually makes sense. I love the actually.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers and 5 pence, making the 20 which the cabman testified. And the one little escape race riding for free. The red conk of a driver always goes for some grab before his last run, see? So that's why I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there. Sure. I always chuck it all out and cram it in the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filled by the police officer who arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could ride under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Here's royal waste of time.
Hold it!
Oh, waste of time? Why is that?
Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permitted at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon, did you say God permit?
No, oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's where you come out your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night. This co was sitting on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole day away, did he? Not 1 inch. It's totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell me that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone.
You don't expect me to lift the cushion. You don't expect that to lift the cushion. You've been sat on to find a child now, do ya? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. God damn it! I hate doing this. I have to pee. I'll be right fucking back. I swear to God, I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. So you couldn't see out the cabin at all?
No, Joe. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the creek. Then I go to a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. See, I got under ain't as plush as the other one. See. So most of the time passengers plat themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. What's the only place I got to hide in them carriages? So it's Hobson's. So it's Hobson's choice.
Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, especially from her demeanor.
So anyway, so I was a bit scared, and I just had to stick it out under. I just had to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. And after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped on my skin. I did.
Hold it!
You hear a loud bang. Do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. Don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let her scream involuntarily?
That's right. And I fell out of the and it felt the cushion over my head get light all of a sudden.
Wait. Oh. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. Could equally have been the movement the accused stood in order to stab the victim, could it not?
Well, girl, did you see what happened to the...
Guys, he was under the fucking cushion! She was under the cushion!
Yeah, I saw it.
What?
Pushed up the cushion and had a bit quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen on the floor you'll see opposite. Matches Mr. McGiller's account, of course. Oh, then the fella turns around and looks right at me. Sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. Should never risk looking. Because of that, Israel found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
And Mr. McGilder discovered you. He pulled you up from your pulled you out from your hiding place.
I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason?
Yeah, bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Carried lush a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. How awful.
Falling on, hold on. Falling onto her? We don't have that picture, do we? It's a mental image. It's not an actual picture.
How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood.
It had me feeling as sick as a dog. Both of their hands were covered in blood. Got it. Were their hands covered in blood? That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked about Mr. McGilder for a while. Is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and whatnot, and what I was up to in that. Then I heard something above, something from above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck one, I would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see you get away later." Members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. One brief shining moment, yes. Clearly, they're still all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. I still have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I see a blind thing in the hiding place. It's pitch in there. I think that was the one I did. Sorry. Who's this one, right?
Well, no.
One, that was a voice clip I hadn't heard. And two, well, now. Well, I don't like that smirk.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. McGilder?
Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel?
I was just wondering if Miss Lestrade's comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking about something to yourself.
Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was just feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shot up in the dark. But 'twas terrifying, so it was.
I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. A little bit here. I'm scared what lies in the dark and not of the dark. You know, that sort of existential weird fear. I say weird, but everyone has it. Aye, I don't know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to make everything you do, everything you hear much louder, that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything unusual? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Be jabbers! No need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have been given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of the last statement of hers? It is profoundly important. My lord. My lord. This statement is profoundly important.
Profoundly important? But all she said was nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council.
Bro, I hate that it's so racist in here. It makes sense. People, especially British people back then, did not think much of the Eastern culture, or any other culture besides theirs. But, you know.
Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? A supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. Trying to be years to work out what was going on, but all I knew was snoring. Well, hold on. Maybe if I press that. It's your strange to hear what was happening the entire time. Is it when you hid yourself? Or he said. Well, there is no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher see what was what. But then when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. And then Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Wouldn't you would you Adam and Eve, eh? What a mug. What the fuck are you saying? So then all I could do was listen. All I can do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though he stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. I never heard the door open. So I had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs in the market, snoring like a dog he was. Yeah, it doesn't add up. She didn't hear the door open. Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Ah!
At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGill snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard. Shoot a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On particular, the sound Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the site in the night in question. Now, very clearly explained with the presence of this following person. Thrice fired Mason. Thrice fired Mason.
Thrice fired Mason?
Yes, my lord. The sound Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus.
Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Explain my He got on the goddamn omnibus after! Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on the board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yes, of course I was. Got on while the driver was in the pub. Didn't I? And the next person aboard the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not so in the cabin. Was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the cabin, closing the cabin of the omnibus at the time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops. Now, after that, on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? No, I never heard it. I never heard it. That's what I was listening. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Waiting for this swear to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage?
Ah!
We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed.
Lord Van Zieks?
Yes, he knew all too well there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would have seemed the words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements. Hold up, 1 second. Okay, yeah, so there was a thump. Like a sound of a door closing. We are not sure. And we found a couple of doors in places that we were not sure if they were open or closed beforehand. So, you know, we kind of closed those doors and locked them. So yeah. But we're fine. We're good. I mean, I don't think we're in any danger. I think it was just a door like slammed. Yeah. What was that? I'll get that in a minute. What? Yeah. Okay. Good night. Okay, so we're gonna continue a little bit. Just a little bit. Shit, actually, we're basically at time, huh? We'll finish the statement from Zeke's. Are entirely unreliable. Her words inconvenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. The victim possibly not aboard the omnibus. Makes no sense whatsoever.
This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that.
Uh-oh. She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she says some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide by liars.
Neither can I.
Mr. Foreman?
I won't judge a girl just because she has some less than syllabrous wise. But I must say, cannot avoid lawyers.
What-wo?
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
No.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. Through the considerable troubles you have spared me. He actually drank it. Yes, very refreshing. Gah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern Amaton. This is carnage. It's perfect. Jury number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone Mr. McGillis is innocent, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. Yes? What? Yay! Well, again, I'm up. I'm gonna be up for a couple more hours. If I hear anything, I'll let you guys know. I know. If anything happens to me, you know what? You have evidence. You all have evidence. I say you all, and there's like one person who's watching who might or might not even actually be watching. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. So I think we'll go for another 30 minutes. We'll end it like fucking 1 o'clock. Why not at this point? Hold it! Yes, the witness's last statement seemed to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, I gotta bullshit my way through this case somehow. we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. I don't know what the fuck prorogue means. Please explain yourself at once.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Inosuke. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's think about this. Think about this. I mean, he wasn't in there already. Cut that from the fucking... just eliminate that. He was put there after he died. Also doesn't really make sense. This is not going to be like the first case where the man was just fucking already dead. I gotta say there's another entrance. The door wasn't open even once. The only explanation is the victim entered the cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. I do not like the way my light is flickering. Bro, I just had doors open on me. Door open and close on me in the fucking house. Do not flicker anymore, bitch. I'm already on edge. Bitch a lot today. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. It keeps flickering. I don't like that. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open in short. There is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
Skylight. Motherfucker? But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way that isn't the door. Another opening of which would allow the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance through which you oppose the victim into the cabin?
Skylight. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight!
Objection!
The ludicrous proposal has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. Do you have any sort of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Shit. Both Mr. McGildy and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the made noise by someone falling to the floor. He was stabbed on the top! Bio-taku sexy man. Please do not call me otaku. I'm not a very big fan of the word. But yeah, I'm still streaming. We're going on for another, it's like 22 minutes. Only because right at the end of the stream, I had to deal with doors in the house being opened and or closed when we did not realize they were opened and or closed. Especially since one of them slammed. Not a big fan of that. So we're going for another 30. Going till like around 1 o'clock my time. And it's 12:34 at the moment. We got a couple of minutes.
Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from his seat? Nice beard, Mr. Pod. Thank you. I need to get rid of the neck first at some point. I always go, I need to get rid of the neck, and then like don't shave for another few fucking weeks. When a man slipping from the seat floor really made such a loud noise that the witnesses described. That is... It's a good point. I will say that this is interesting because this is implying that the Mason getting rid of the neck dies by accident. That's not what I meant. And also, yes, shaving is a bit dangerous, but that's why I be careful. So I don't shave with like one of those, you know, those razors you see in like in Sweeney Todd, like the switchblade razors. I usually like use like an actual shaving razor. Pretty women, silhouetted. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Sweeney Todd always makes me think of that song. Pretty women, silhouetted, growing out their hair. Pretty women, yes, pretty women, sir. Where do you think Alan Rickman and Johnny Depp were in the same movie? But this is implying that Mason was stabbed on the top of the cabin. Which would mean if he was stabbed on the top floor and then dropped down, that means either the banker or the hat maker killed him. And both were kind of in on it. Allowed enough noise to make Lestrade let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious!
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim had made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. Bro, how can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person has made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, here I am. Oh, nope, that's not how you spell my name. N-I-K. What you just spelled there is niche. Well, yes, that's true, but... Uh-oh. Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof testified before. Said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that it is not what a case for them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say... What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. Furiously types.
You mean the ones who stuck the knife in the... You mean the ones who stuck the knife in the man were...
Ah! Yeah, this is what this is implying.
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer?
I love this animation. Oh, whoever animated this should be given a raise. You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating?
It's a flaming outrage. I've good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
He keeps going. He'll give you a shine in a minute, he said, and so will I.
Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a shitty gentleman and a well-respected banker.
And me, a very, very angry hatter. I can't.
Oh no. Suggested that someone like me could have stabbed me in the man of guts. It's a disgrace. Scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too. How about you, you rotten scoundrel?
Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know. Very hurtful that I was accused of murder. I'm very hurt, very wounded. Much like the person who was murdered, who I am accused of being the murderer of. It's very hurtful to be accused of murder. My lord, if I may comment, that you have a bisexual as a Burgon string. Yeah, I'm torn on how to feel about those being put on the tags. It's, in a way, it's cool because you can find your, a person of your sexuality, like someone who you have at least something in common with beforehand. It's like, ooh, cool, this is a bisexual streamer. That's awesome. I'll watch him. And it really does help with especially community, like the LGBT community. I didn't search for it. I'm just, I know that, but like, then there's other things on the tags that I'm like, what? Why would you put that in the tags? Like, it's just kind of weird. There's some I'm not too sure of. But I'm not gonna get into that.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
It was the defense that incited this outburst on the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to... It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. My stream might tag to bisexual, Brazilian, LGBTQ, depression, and anxiety. Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, with I think in depression and anxiety, it specifically, those tags are for, like, discussion of depression and anxiety. And that, I think, is fine. But it's definitely, like, just kind of advertising. Yeah, a discussion of mental health as well. But it's just kind of, it's weird that it's advertising that. Like, it's just weird that it's like, you can tag yourself as depressed and riddled with anxiety. Which is weird to me? I don't know, man. It's really weird to me. Embrace it. Yay! I'm not gonna tag myself with depression. I already know I have depression. I don't need everyone else to know it without watching my stream, you know? Like, I will freely say on stream, like, yeah, no, I have depression, but I'm not, like, putting it as a tag to identify myself on Twitch. If that makes sense. It's weird to me. Yeah, hypothesis cannot possibly stand with yeah, okay, but you put your sexuality in there, sir. Well, that is definitely a big part of who I am. The sexuality. Like, I will freely fucking advertise that. I'm proud of that fact. I am proud of my bisexuality. I am not exactly proud of my depression and anxiety are nothing to be, like, proudly advertising. You know, like, oh, I'm depressed. Oh, I'm anxious. There's nothing to really advertise. Like, just nothing to really proudly advertise. I am proudly advertising bisexual. Fuck yeah. Part of the LGBT community. Yeah, it depends. Yes. Some people will be completely fine with advertising themselves for that. And I am not. Case by case basis, I just think the tags are weird. If you don't, that's fine. I'm not like, we're trying to start a fight or anything, you know? Maybe about what people can expect from the streamer, attitude and reactions. Well, yeah, but it's to me, it's weird, you know? It's because with depression, also, it doesn't always show. Depression is like sometimes a fucking case by case basis, you know? I will have episodes. We'll have episodes of depression. I usually don't let that show on stream. Just because, like, I don't want you guys to see that side of me. It's just, I don't like that side of me anyway, you know. But yeah, it's... Let's move on from this discussion. Keep playing Ace Attorney for, like, the 8 minutes we have. You have branded these gentlemen liars. Yeah, thank you. These gentlemen liars. You have intimated them, and I don't care, kinda, but I understand you. Thank you. You intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what considered termed as a baseless accusation. I know it was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. You have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
There's filth and rubbish in our midst. We must dispose of it at once.
Testify. Oh, they actually voiced that. I didn't expect that.
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo?
Spectres in the public gallery are... They're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplane, Mr. First.
My lord.
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this.
There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. No time to think this through. That is truly the Ace Attorney way. Refuting the accusation. We were the only two people up on the roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that.
If anything happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. No reason to kill the man. God damn it. Can't with that animation. This is gonna get me every time.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly opened it.
You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Fucking, especially since there's like horse clip-clopping in the background. Like,
I must say that listening to the testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. Without the other noticing forthwith.
they were in it together.
That's right. You see?
We're innocent, I tell you! Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if you were in the collusion with the other.
What?
Ah!
According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings.
Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich!
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. Honestly, I think here's a good enough place to, stop for the night. It's not quite, 30 minutes over, but it is 26 minutes over. And I think this is a good enough time to stop. We got to another witness testimony. I think it's a good enough place to stop for now. So, my next stream day is Thursday. I think after that I have Monday. And then after that I think I have Friday. I'm not sure. I don't remember that part of the schedule. No, this is scheduled for next week. So this week I have today and Thursday off. Next week I have Monday and Thursday, actually. Was I looking at the right schedule? Oh no. I will have to look that up. But so far, looks like Thursday is my next day off. If not, I will let you guys know. And we're gonna be playing more of Ace Attorney. We're gonna be playing Ace Attorney till we finish it. Until we finish it. So hopefully it does not fall into October. If it falls into December, we already have just the one day of Spoopy stream all sorted out. So we'll get into that schedule when it gets to that. But for right now, I think it is a prudent time to save. A prudent time to end stream. So until I see you guys on. Oh, and if anything happens with the door situation, I will let you all know. For now, I'm fine. So hopefully we're gonna be fine for the rest of the night. If anything does happen, I will let you guys know. But anyway, until I see you guys on Thursday, hope you guys are having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live, and bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.